Check, check, 1, 2. Okay. Okay. We're going to need to make a bunch of variables, global variables to begin with. Do I really want to use macros? I'm a little bit... I believe I can. No, this is exactly a time when I can't use macros. Well, no, you can always use macros. You can point to a variable with a macro. You can point to an array with a macro. You can do anything. You can put a function in a macro, and then you can just use a macro instead of those things. It seems odd. Supposedly it's... I don't know, actually, if it truly is faster. I can't see how it could be. Anyway, it's not worth thinking about. Even if it were faster, it would be, like, negligible. What we really need to do is... And maybe I'd better put this in a script, actually. Just so that it's... automatically run when you first launch the game. It doesn't really matter. It's just... It's getting kind of messy with all these global variables in the create event here. Okay, I'm trying to think of all the times that they need to be overwritten. That's probably the most challenging part of this. If you start a new game, so as long as we define them in this create event, they'll be overwritten at the start of a new game, and they'll be overwritten when you load a save. So we can always reset them to 0. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's like 3 birds with 1 stone or whatever if we put them in here. Instance count. So, well, it's basically just everything that I'm tracking, which the best place to... It's every type of object that I'm tracking. And I think that would basically be everything in here. The animals are doing partially the same stuff as the humans, and I think the humans basically cover everything. Okay, I'm using the parent objects, which is nice. At least there's that. Oh, don't tell me the foxes are doing something weird. Probably. Fuck. Should probably convert this. Then again, wolves track wolves specifically as well as distinct from predators, so yeah, maybe it's not such a big deal. Okay, but humans don't track foxes, so there is some stuff. They also don't track wolves specifically, do they? Okay, so I'm just gonna basically have to go through them all to be sure I'm doing everything I need to. The bears. Yeah, the bears need to track other bears sometimes. The deer need to track other deer. I don't think the rabbits do anything like that, but the others do. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, all I'm doing is setting these to 0 here. Oh, yeah. I gotta get that out of my head. I'm not doing it that way. It's just... It's kind of extra work for no reason. It is extra work for no reason. The best way to do it is to increment the trackers in the create event and in the cleanup event. This cleanup event is pretty useful. I only just recently started using it, and this is the second use I found for it. Okay. And I think I'm gonna call it, what was I thinking of calling it? It's a bit long. Instance count, but that's what I imagine. That's what I imagine it being called. You could shorten it to inst count, but I don't like it as much. Okay, predator. We could do like instance count pred. Instance count. Maybe I should just like make a bunch of those. Human. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm like updating 4 of them. Why am I doing that? I'm updating like 4 of them at once. And the same thing. Yeah, so it does bode well that even though my implementation of this was really inefficient, it was still an optimization. So now if I do this as well, I think it's going to be pretty sweet. I don't know what I'm going to do about instance find. I still kind of need to do that every step. I don't think it's really avoidable. Yeah, it's not. Pray. Okay, don't forget to do pray. A bit of a strange order. That's fine. Tree and miracle tree. Yeah, it's funny. It's kind of funny to me that you have to do this kind of thing. I mean, it makes sense, but it's like, I don't know, why doesn't it, like, there'll be some perfectly good reason as to why the program doesn't kind of do this stuff automatically. If I thought about it, I'd probably realize what it is. I don't know. Actually, I don't really know why you wouldn't just do that. Oh, okay, that's pretty obvious. I suppose there's actually you might not need to do that. That's of course, like what I'm proposing is that we keep some sort of tally of all of the different type of instances that exist all the time. But you might not actually need to know that information. And then, of course, you would be doing something completely pointless. It's only relevant to me because of what I'm trying to do. I get it. Okay. No. Well, yes, yeah. Freshwater and fountain. They're not grouped together. Hut. Uh-huh. Because I guess what I don't think I have a tracker for stores or creches. Oh, is that it? Okay, well, I don't know why I'm stopping there. Moving on. Sorry, I was just trying to think of if there was anything I was missing. I don't think there is, but there probably will be. Human, predator, and bear separately. We're already doing human and predator, so bear. And anything else? Tent. Okay. Interesting. So for some of them, I have to increment both. I have to increment the tent tracker, the whatever this is called, the tent instance count. I have to increment on every child of object tent. whereas hut only needs to be incremented on hut. What the? Is that it? Then we got foxes, presumably. I don't think there's anything else in here. Yep, just... Oh my god, I have to scroll so far. Fox and wolf. Can't imagine there's anything else. Prey, tent. Whoa. What these guys, count the number of nearby wolves, right? Do they do that? DS list size. Huh. Why am I even checking this? I'm checking that this instance exists for no reason. And this is a strange way of doing this, right? I mean... DS list find value pack.pack wolf check. What? Current wolf pack.pack wolf check, and wolf check is 0 through list size. Okay, yeah, it totally works. That just caught me by surprise, because I usually I'm checking every instance of an object in existence. I'm not. I mean, it makes sense to do it this way. It is more efficient. If I can do it this way, I should. But I think it means that I don't actually need... Well... Yeah, I can't... that's something like specific to this wolf and this wolf's pack. It's not universal. It's not just the total number of wolves. So I can't just make a global variable. But yeah, I guess it would be quicker to store the size of the pack in a local variable and then just update that when the size of the pack changes. That's got to be quicker than looking up the length of the list every step. Huh. It's like the same optimization could be applied to lists wherever I'm looking at the length of lists, maybe. But I should check the profiler first. We should do this and then see if that's necessary. Maybe finding out the length of a list is not bad at all. Maybe that's actually really fast. Certainly finding out the number of instances is not fast. It's like one of the slowest things I'm doing right now. Which is exactly why we're doing this. I imagine it's going to lead to quite a performance increase. So I don't actually need to... I don't actually need to make a variable for wolves. Probably one for deer. Yep. Wow. They have quite a few of those. And rabbits didn't need anything, did they? And then I think the constructs, they track like humans. Well, the hut, I don't think the hut does. This doesn't have smart incrementation, and it's just on a tick. And it does a with object human instead of running on one specific human per step. I can't think of anything else. And yet there probably is something I'm missing. Yeah, that's why I'm hung up on it. But yeah, this will still be a great performance increase, even if I am missing one or two things. Ugh, my mouse, dude. Yeah, okay, so we create our controller object, which defines all of these variables, sets them all to 0 by default, which is useful for resetting these when we quit and start a new game or load a save. And then, yeah, the simplest way to do it is to just add, whereabouts should we put it? Somewhere close to the top, I would say. Maybe like set tick, maybe after set tick, like instance number. It is called, the variable is called number, isn't it? Global instance, nope, I called it instance count. See, that just makes sense in my head. It's the count, the total count of all of these instances. Whereas number, it's just because I've been using that's what I would call like my identification number. I call that a number, like the target. I called it the target number, actually. Which doesn't really make sense. It would make more sense to call it the object number, because I don't only use it in targeting. That's its primary function, but I realized that I did wind up using it for more than that in the end. And that is something that I don't need to be doing. I'm constantly updating the targeted object number with the target number of the thing you're targeting every time you switch targets. But it's only necessary when saving and loading. That's what it's for, is to identify what you were targeting when the game was saved, so that we can set that to be your target after loading the save again. So the only time that we actually need to check the target number of the thing you're targeting is when you save the game. And yet I'm doing it every time you switch target for no reason. It's probably not that bad, because all I'm doing is like updating a variable, right? It's not like I'm using some expensive function like instance count, apparently, which is slow as fuck. Instance number, sorry. Instance number is the built-in GameMaker function. I'm talking about no, plus equals 1. I'm talking about my variable names on our instance count. Right, so every time a human object is created, we increase that by 1. Every time a human object is destroyed, we decrease it by 1. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, it's like there's like a bottleneck, right? There's always a place where you can catch it, like in this case, the point at which this thing comes into or goes out of existence. That is the time at which it is created or ceases to be. We don't need to constantly be checking how many of these things exist. If we could, it's almost like something passing through a gate into a specific area, the area in this case being existence. As long as we check it at the gate, we know it exists. We know it's in there. We know it has entered our reality. I think I might be a little bit baked. So next up is Atar. Glad to hear it. That's perfect for a Sunday. Yeah, what about the parent objects though? I can't just do it on the parent objects because I don't think the parent object ever technically exists. So the create event of the parent object would never be called. So some of them will have multiple incrementors. Is that a word? Set tick. Where did I decide to do it? Right after set tick. Yeah. Fair enough. Might as well just copy and paste. So this one would have to do instance number, no, instance count bear and instance count predator, because it is both of those things. And then we need to decrease that as well. Same for the foxes. Actually, I don't think, no, that's not true. We do absolutely need to count the fox as both of them. It's really cool though. This is like my favorite kind of thing for some reason. I love optimization. There's just something so satisfying about finding a better way to do something. And wolves, we do not actually need to track on both. Oh, it's actually just predator. Increment instance count, prey, and deer. this one is just pray. I love the cleanup event. I love that there is something that gets called whenever this instance is destroyed. It's like guaranteed. There's probably other things that I should or could have been doing in the cleanup event this whole time. Maybe less than I thought, but I'm sure there's something. Is that it? Oh no, there's like drums and other things. Trees, okay, trees. Logs. Did I put that? Huh. Where? Oh, it's all the way down there. Log. Oh. What? This doesn't have a cleanup event. Fair enough. Makes sense. It doesn't have any lists. Yeah, I did check the profiler yesterday for any memory leaks, and there might be a very small memory leak still. I don't know where. But it was like if I started a new game, I was using like 205 megabytes, I think, and then if I quit the game and then start a new game, not closing the game entirely, but quit back to the main menu and start a new game, then the memory went up to like 210 megabytes. But that actually, now I think about it, could just have been a discrepancy in the number of objects in the game, seeing as it's randomized. Okay, so no, that's actually not any guarantee that there was a memory leak. I have no idea if we have a memory leak. But I think I'm doing a pretty good job for the most part of destroying all of the lists that I'm creating. But I know that I use like some, I think I use DS maps. I use arrays. I guess I probably need to, I remember using some, I think I used arrays when I was doing the procedural generation stuff for the maps. And I think I remembered to destroy them once I was done with them. I didn't have quite the same sense of urgency back then, but I do remember at least being like, yeah, I mean, I should probably destroy those once I'm finished using them. Trees, drums, I remember was another one. Holy shit, dude, I like can't even move my legs. Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I've been... No, good job. I knew it. I caught myself. I was like, I bet I spaced out and didn't change that plus to a minus. Mushrooms was another one, wasn't it? Drum. I don't think I've done hut store crash or hut crash store. Set tick. And this one is on both hut and tent. That is funny. It's funny that the tents are still called huts because they used to be huts in like a very early version of the game. Okay, those are all the tents. I think we might be good. Let's see, we've done predator, human, prey, tree, miracle tree, log, mushroom, bush, freshwater, and fountain. We haven't done freshwater and fountain. Why does bear become before tent? Why is bear before tent? Why does it go hut, drum, bear, tent? I don't know. Water, right. Fresh. Why is the fountain? Oh, because it's technically a construct. Makes sense. Fresh water. Yep. It's funny. It's funny. It got even worse because now it's called object freshwater, but it's not even fresh all the time. Sometimes it's the opposite of freshwater, whatever that is. Okay, that's all of them, right? Predator, Shit, I called it pred. Nothing else is abbreviated. Let me just call it predator. I think that's what I call it everywhere else without thinking. Yeah, I did. Okay, I think we're good. The one problem is, like, there's a lot more opportunities to mess up and put a plus instead of a minus or something somewhere when you do it this way. Okay, so now we should be keeping track of how many instances we have of each object type. We just need to use that information now instead of using the instance count function to look that up every step. Yeah, unfortunately, instance find is also quite slow, but I don't think there's any way I can avoid using it. So here, where I'm doing instance number object predator -1, I now need to do global instance count predator -1. Okay, and so yeah, I've just gotta like swap everything out. You know, I can see how, yes, it might be quicker to use macros, as in you have to do less typing, quicker in that regard. But then you kind of lose the distinction. I'd say the code becomes less readable because everything just becomes macros, and you have to remember what those macros are pointing to, which might not be too hard. But I could see it certainly being more of an issue if you're showing the code to somebody else. You just can't see what's what. Macros, you know, if macros could contain anything from functions and arrays to variables to just numbers or strings or anything, but they're all just macros, you don't have any visual representation of what's what. Like, what type of thing are you actually using anymore? Well, you're just using macros everywhere. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, that one just has an else. Okay. Makes sense. Wherever it's just one thing, then I could just do else. Then why am I not just doing else here? It's a good question. I guess I should just be doing this. Okay. Well, seems like we might find some other little optimizations we can do whilst going through this stuff. Instance exit. What the fuck is all this? Jesus Christ. Okay. No wonder it's slow. Look how many times I'm doing instance number here. That's ridiculous. I mean, when you think about the absolute insanity of like counting the number of trees 4 times in a row. 5 times in a row if you include that one, yeah. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? But it's like the language is amnesiac. Amnesiac? How do you say that? It's so true. The thing they don't tell you about game development is you have to do everything. You have to, like, in this case, it's like I'm remembering for it. I have to do its remembering for it. Otherwise, it has to recount the number of trees every time it wants to know what the number of trees is. So we have to give it like the ability to remember that and only update it when necessary. Oh, what? I'm replacing the wrong thing. Oh, maybe it wasn't quite as bad as I thought. Even so, still pretty bad. Okay, I think we're good. Moving on. Oh no. Oh my god. It's a triple threat. Wait a minute, what is this? Oh, the seasonal dependency? Is that what it is? Yeah, okay. Interesting. That's one way of doing it, I suppose. Yeah, this is just not. It's not good. I got to refresh my memory as to why it's not good. It's like we don't actually check everything, so we haven't been checking everything this whole time. If one of those things doesn't exist, well, not necessarily. It's if one of them doesn't exist. Because then we subtract more than is necessary, right? Which is why we have to do something like this. Oh my god. There's so many combinations even when you just have 3 different objects. Jesus Christ, how many is that? So it's like either one of the 3 might exist, or these 2 might exist, but not this one, or these 2 might exist, but not this one, or these 2 might exist, but not this one. Or they might all exist. Right? I think I'm covering all the possibilities there. Let me try visualizing it again. Either this one, or this one, or these 2 but not this one, or these 2 but not this one, or these 2 but not this one, or all of them could exist. I'm pretty sure that's all of the possibilities. Oh my god. How do I write that? Okay, that remains the same. It's this bit that has to change. I guess I'll... Good lord. Right. Okay then. So we gotta do... It's like... Human, predator, and bear all exist, and therefore we must check all 3. Or we have... Only the human exists, and therefore we must only check this one. -1, not -31. Okay. Or maybe this one does not exist, but this one exists. So then we only want to do predator check and object instance number object predator -1. And then the next possibility would be if these 2 do not exist, but this one exists, and then we need to do prey check and instance number object pray -1. And then this is absolutely insane. So be it. I don't know how else I would do it. So let's go insane. And then we've got, let's say that, what have I got so far? All of them exist, or one of the 3 exist. And then we have the possibility that, say, these 2 exist, but not this one. In which case I need to do human check plus predator check and instance number object prey plus object human plus instance number object predator -2, and then the next possibility is that these 2, what is it? What? These 2 exist, but this one does not. So where did bear come from? Where did bear come from? Bear? I thought we were doing prey. Oh, I got confused like halfway through. Okay. Sorry, not prey. Bear. Prey check. Where did prey check come from? Thought I was in a different object. Okay. Are we good? Okay, this one exists, this one exists, this one exists, or these 2 exist and this one does not exist, or these 2 exist and this one does not exist. And then that would be predator check. Human predator, human predator, human predator. Predator, bear, predator, bear. Predator, bear, -2, and then the final combination is, I think the final combination is that these 2 exist and this one does not exist. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. So that would be human and bear. Human bear. Human bear. -2. This one with the -3. If all 3 exist, I think we're good. So it's 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2. 2 and 3, 1 and 3. Wait, what about 3 and 2? Do I have a 3? Wait, 3 and 2? 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3. Wait, 3? Is there supposed to be a 3 and 2? That feels like a possible combination there that I don't have. I have a 1 and 2. I don't have a 3 and 2. It's one of those moments where I'm fairly convinced there's a more sane way of doing what I'm doing. I just don't know what it is. Wait, that's 3 and 2. Oh, I have 3 and 2. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, which is the same as saying 3 and 2, 1 and 3, or all 3. Okay, I think that's every possibility, every possible combination. And then I just have to do this one. Which is quite a bit easier. So only the human exists, or only the predator exists, or both of them exist. Alright, and now I just have to... Now we can finally play the game. Kenny, equip your elixir of the mongoose. Sweet. Alright. That's another object down. Another one down. In the wrong event. Got to do the same thing with this one. Why is there no? I have the -1 in each of them. Okay, but it would still be incorrect. That doesn't... Well, that's weird. Suddenly, obviously we started going off the rails after a while whilst writing this. Seems like, my method kind of switched up somewhere. Normally I'm doing it like this, right? Oh, with brackets around these two. Which is completely unnecessary. I'm pretty sure I don't even think I need those brackets. That's how it's written everywhere else, though. And then... there we go. So either one exists or the other exists, or they both exist. And then I just need to go global instance count human. Global instance count predator. This one can be an else. Did I miss anything else like that? No pun intended. I don't think I did. This here can just be else this. And then this will be global instance count prey. P-ray. Prey. P. There we go. Global instance count tent. Done. Dear. Shit. Another one. Okay. What? What am I doing? I've lost control. Whoa. Got that backwards. This one's correct. There we go. And then find and replace global instance count human. Jesus Christ, what is this? Human, what the fuck is this? Is that really how I do it? Is that how I do it everywhere? I have some vague recollection of this. What's a good example? Bears are pretty egregious, aren't they? Human. I don't do anything like that with any of the other ones. Freshwater and... Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be doing that, am I? Does it make any difference? What I'm trying to do there, I guess, is I'm trying to prevent it from checking multiple objects in a single step, which is what it would be doing without that. But does this break it in any way? I don't think so. Yeah, if both of these instances exist, then it's going to loop through this a number of time equal to the total number of instances of both types. And when it gets to the point where it's finished checking all of the humans, it will move on to checking the predators. I think it works. Is there something to do with, like, if the value changes? Suppose that could be an issue, actually. I think that's the problem, is if the amount, if the quantity changes in the meantime. It could prevent them all from being scanned. Oh, plus this is being, wait a minute, this is being incremented every time as well, so it just doesn't work in the sense that wait a minute, yeah, that is being incremented outside. Well, that would need to be inside of the if statement, but it still doesn't fix the other issue, I don't think. What does it? Oh, maybe it's okay, actually, as long as that was inside of the if statement. Then it wouldn't start incrementing this until it had finished scanning through all of the humans. I think that's probably what I'm supposed to do. I mean, as far as I can see, that works. Right? So we increment, like we scan the first human, we increment human check by 1, and then we keep going through until we finish scanning all the humans, and then human check is now greater than or equal to instance count human, so we start incrementing through all the predators and increasing predator check by 1 each time, and then if both predators and humans exist, when we finally reach the point where human check and predator check combined is greater than or equal to the number of humans and predators minus 2, then we reset the whole thing. Let's say that oh no, that's the issue, isn't it? But that would actually result in too many loops. Yeah, then it would try to look at instances that don't exist. I don't know what happens if you do an instance find for a number that's too high. Try and find an instance that doesn't actually exist. I mean, it will return. Okay, then it probably just doesn't do this. But it would still increment this. Hey, Kurafox, how's it going? It would still increment this because that's kind of detached from this. It's almost as if this should be inside of this instance exists check, and then it would only increment it if the instance existed. Very good. Glad to hear it. Instance find, because let's see what it says. It will return the keyword no one if it cannot find an instance. So then this would not be true, and then none of this would be run. So if I was to place this inside of there, then we could do that actually. We could make a more efficient version of this where the scans would take longer but do less processing each step, which is basically the whole point of doing this. So that's what we want to do. And then this one is inside of it's inside of there, but it should also be inside of there. And then I could actually go through and apply this same method to all of them. Yeah, I remember Neko below. You're transforming it into a game of your main character, Foxy. Really? Nice. And so I need to replace these. But then, yeah. Cool. Is it the sequel? Is it a prequel? Maybe it's a spin-off. I just need to grab another drink. But yeah, knowing what I know now, I can actually further optimize this a little bit by going back and changing the others. It's just going to take a bit longer. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. So you just swap the characters. Kind of like a reskin. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. We just gotta hang in there. Just hang in there. Oh, okay. Global dot instance count predator. Right. I mean, as far as I can tell, it works. It will work this way, so we go back. Let's start from the top of the list. Oh my god, dude. I have like nothing to eat tomorrow. What am I gonna do? This exists. Okay, there it is. This one is just okay. This one just scans one. It's only for the ones that scan multiple different things, right? So this one scans trees and miracle trees. So how do I do it? How do I do this? I feel like swapping them around would be good. Just because I feel like yeah, I want to do trees before miracle trees because they're a lot more common in the game. Okay, let me look at the other example then. So it's encapsulating the whole thing actually in this check. And then if tree check greater than or equal to instance count tree -1, and then put this inside of this one and put this inside of the other one. Yeah, up there. Like that. Okay. So now what we do is we check through all of the trees first, and then if any miracle trees exist, we would check through those next. Yeah, I believe it works, as far as I can see. Let me grab this. Okay, now this one is streams and fountains. We'll put this here. We'll do global, we'll do water check greater than or equal to instance number, what, no, instance count fresh water -1, and then we'll put this inside of here. This one inside of there. Yeah. Okay, so now we'll increment through all the streams, and then we'll increment through all the fountains. Seems good. I'm hopeful that it will work. I'm fairly certain that it will work. Drums, that's it. Those are the only ones. Now the bear has this really, really bad one. Oh my god. Okay. This one is not as easy. So we'll do like... What is this? Why is it... Why do we have with current human twice? That's concerning. Oh, one of them is for building this list. Okay. So those... Yeah, well, why is it not inside of the instance exist check then? That seems strange, right? We can't do that if this instance doesn't exist, surely. Is it to make sure the list is emptied? Nope, that wouldn't make any difference. I think, in fact, what we do is we manually remove it from that list if it ceases to exist, or if it dies. Okay. So this would encapsulate this whole thing down to here, and it would say human check is greater than or equal to instance count human -1, and then we want to move this inside of the instance exists check, I think. Like so. And then the same with this one. And then, okay, how's this gonna work? So this is something that happens specifically if it's summertime only on certain bears that are male adults with a certain amount of HP and not on this list. So just in that special case, then we're gonna... I think it can be inside of there then, right? It gets confusing because those will exist. Right. Okay, that's weird then. Oh my god, how do I deal with that? Obviously those bears still exist, but it's like we only really want to count them if we're a certain type of bear. Because we're not going to reset. We're not going to reset properly if we're not counting them. Assuming that they exist. But probably the most common scenario that we're talking about, it should be at the top of the list really, but hey. The most common scenario, right, is that humans exist, predators exist, and bears exist. They all three exist. And this will only trigger if we have successfully counted all three of them. But not all bears will actually do that. So it would kind of be as if you need those same conditions. Wait. That's why this is like this, isn't it? Hold on. So how would that work? Because I have this. Right. Okay. Right. Yeah, in which case it's exactly how you would imagine it. Okay. That's nice. Like that. And then so once we've finished counting all the humans and predators, then we can start counting the bears. But now I need to move these into the correct places. Inside of this instance exists human check. Oh, that's not correct. Let me just put this in first. There. And then this is predator check. Instance count predator. And then this one goes inside of instance exists current bear. Yep, right there. Like that. Okay, we should be good. And then what the fuck is this? The fuck is this? That doesn't make any sense. I don't think that's supposed to be there. Right, we scan through we check the current human, we increment it. Once we're done incrementing through all of the humans, we start incrementing through predators. Optionally, we'll sometimes increment through bears as well. If we're doing the optional incrementation through bears, then we reset based upon these conditions. Else, we reset based upon these conditions. We don't need to be incrementing here. We just need to be doing this. I think that's right. Sure hope I'm not breaking everything. Current fox. This is all foxes. Prey. Okay. Wolves. Where was I up to with these guys? Humans, predators. Okay. Okay, we can do the same thing here. Why is this predator check? That should be human check. We finish scanning through all the humans, and then we start scanning through all of the predators. We finish scanning through all the humans, then start scanning through... Sorry, finish scanning through all the humans and predators, then we start scanning through the bears. Okay, good job, I checked. And then this one... Humans. Hey, that one's actually inside. Or did I just do that recently? I don't know. And then... Oh my god, where do these fucking brackets even end? Never-ending brackets. Right there. Okay, so... This one here. Closes here. Human check. Yeah, that's actually correct. Once we finish scanning through all the humans, then we start scanning through all the predators. And then we need to increment human check inside of the instance exists. Current human check. I'm pretty sure it works, but I still have my doubts. Instance exists. Current pred. Right there. Okay. Wolves. Prey. Tents. That's all good. Okay, deer. Humans. Predators. This is the OG. This is where it all started. So we increment through all the humans. Once we've done that, we start incrementing through all the predators, and we reset once we've finished incrementing through either all the humans, all the predators, or both all the humans and all the predators. And then what the fuck is this shit? Deer again. This is not good. Why am I doing it multiple times over? Surely there's a better way to do that. Why am I not performing these checks at the same time? I'm looping through all of the deer twice when I could... Wait, how many times am I looping through all the deer? 3 times. This doesn't make any sense. I'm looping through all of the deer 3 times when I could just loop through them once and perform all 3 checks at the same time. Right, which is how I'm doing it everywhere else. Oh, jeez. Okay. We're gonna have to do that. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Why am I doing it like this? Okay, let me steel myself for the coming refactor.
Toasty!
Oh my god. Deathless game dev. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Good to meet a fellow game dev. Feel free to tell us about what you're doing, what you're developing. Share any links to any good stuff. Screenshots, trailer, GIFs. Anything you like, feel free to let us know about it. Okay, I've got to do the merger like we did last summer. So this is all gonna be on like current dia. Learning to code, cool. Sounds good to me. That's my favorite aspect of game development as well. So we're just gonna do current dia and then, good lord, right, so then I just need to move this from here to here, grab that, put that in here with, oh, I need to fix that. If instance exists with current right there, like so, and then change this to current dia, and then get the third one. Oh my god, dude. That would be from here to here. And then put that right there. And then this also becomes dia check. No, what happened? We don't have a dia check. That's what I need. Dia check needs to be a thing. And those other things do not need to be a thing. And that is dia check less than? Yeah, I suppose so. Else dia check 0, but now I need to put all the other stuff. So we clear the temp, reset the distance, and update the tracker. Right. How do I normally lay this out? Yeah, I figured that would be at the end. Just keep everything consistent, makes it more readable. And then I read that as nearest butt check. I'm not gonna lie. Nearest buck temp, distance, clear that, okay. Oh my god. Merge these. Boom, and then dia check, so hold on, check. We had like pot mates check, nearest looking buck, blah 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 blah. We just need one of them called dia check now. There we go. So we loop through all of the dia in existence at a rate of 1 dia per step, and we compile a list of nearby potential mates we track the nearest lacking buck, and we track the nearest buck in general. And then once we've finished looping through all of the deer, we offload to our trackers, we reset our distances, we clear our temporary variables, and we reset deer check to 0 to begin the process over again. And now we're just looping through all of the deer once instead of 3 times. But it was 3 times per step. No, it wasn't. How was it working previously? I don't even know how it was working previously. Oh yeah, they were all on separate. So it was checking the same deer 3 times. Yeah, okay, it's not that bad once optimized, but it still makes more sense to do it this way. But it certainly it certainly explains why the deer were so slow previously. But now, anyway, the actual point of doing all of this is to change this, right, from instance number object deer to global instance count deer. That's why we're doing any of this to begin with. Oh my god, and I have to delete this other stuff now. Maybe I should actually keep those comments. Comments are useful, right? I rarely write them, so the fact that I actually wrote them this time, we should probably hold on to them like our lives depend on it. Okay, and then get rid of everything from here to here. There we go, right? Oh god, I am almost certain I fucked something up. What's happening? Else. Oh geez, what is this? Clear DS list, clear nearby potential mates. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Season, or okay, we're fine. That's when autumn passes. Okay, so what about, so we're fine. I think we're fine. I just deleted too much. We need to keep that on the end there. Like that. Okay. I think we're good. And then we've got pray, thankfully an easy one. Just replace this with global instance count pray. That's it? Is that it? This is formatted weird. That should be like that, but then move this like this. There we go. Okay, that's done. Geez, I really hope this works, otherwise I've just broken everything. Now I have to revert. Oh, I should have made like a backup. I should have pushed the repository after I did the initial groundwork before I started going off the deep end. Human and Predator in this one, so oh, this one's already set up. Nice. So I just need to move this inside of the instance exists current human check, and this one inside of the instance exists current predator check. And then replace instance number object human with global instance count human. And oh my god, I'm gonna have to, okay. And then instance number object predator with global instance count. Object predator. This needs changing. Get rid of this and this. Set this to -2. Instance exists. Object human and oh god, instance exists object predator, and then instance does not exist object predator, human check, human count -1. Where's my bracket gone? There we go. Instance does not exist. Oh yeah, this is pretty backwards. It would make more sense to do it the other way around. Predator check. Instance count predator -1. Okay, there we go. Instance global dot instance count prey. What's going on now? There we go. Okay, I think we're good. I think everything is good. Is there anything I'm missing? Possibly. Actually, I don't think any of the other objects do smart incrementation. So that would be it. That would be it, I believe. Do you think the game runs? Do you think everything still works? Did we nail it first try? Let's see. Let's do test mode. Would be nice. Shit, what? Instance count freshwater not set before reading it. What? This is the last thing I expected to happen. I thought we create the controller object before we spawn the streams, right? We go here and we press enter to start the game. We create the object controller. Create loader. What is going on? Instance count freshwater. Streams is the first thing we do, I guess, so this doesn't bode well for any of it. Tile map, hotels, fishing spots, define room, spawn streams. Yeah, it's like the first thing we spawn is streams, basically. And apparently that variable has not been set. That's very odd. Okay, so let's put them in a script so that they get defined when we first launch the game. Do I have some kind of a script for that? Definitions. It's not really any of these things. Functions. Game. On. I think the only thing I have like that is in the Twitch stuff. I'm gonna have to make one, I guess. Attributes would be the most like, I mean, that's what it does. It just sets a bunch of global variables. It would be the most logical place to put it. I think I run this script as well, even though there's no reason to. And a lot of this stuff can actually be in macros instead. That's true. That's true. This would be a good use case for macros. Yeah, I'm actually running that somewhere in the creator object. I see, but I don't believe it's necessary to actually do that. Just simply by creating the script, these will get run and defined when you first launch the game. But it's fine. Anyway, so that means that we now need to add those to the end game script so that we reset all of those to 0. Like reset instance count when we quit back to the main menu when we end the game. And we also need to reset those to 0 when we load a save as well. That should be fine. I think that's everything. Okay. So those variables should be defined. That shouldn't be an issue now. They may still be completely broken. I mean, everything may still be completely broken. I don't know yet. But it should at least run. So we can find out. What? Okay, so that, I don't think that was the issue. Because it's saying the same thing. Instance count freshwater. Global.instance count freshwater not set before reading it. That's not possible, dude. How is it not set? Okay, don't. Okay. Then what's going on? Let me just, I'll comment these out for now in case we do actually need it there. This is very strange. There it is. It's isn't tense. Isn't tense. they all say isn't tense count. God damn it, dude. I was looking at it like 3 times. I was like, is there a typo in there? I think maybe I was looking at the wrong ones. I was assuming I made the typo where I referenced it later, not when I first defined it. Isn't tense, that's a new one. Okay. Hopefully everything else is correct. We'll soon know. But luckily we can do it this way then. Which is nice. We don't have to have duplicate code everywhere. Isn't tense. It's when an instance isn't. It's an isn't tense. An isn't-ance. Come on. Hey. Feel like my frame rate didn't really improve that much. God damn it. It's definitely gone up a little bit. What difficulty am I on? Oh, I'm on normal difficulty as well. That's not helping. The true stress test is easy mode. Also, wait a minute. I'm supposed to increase the number of humans again. I decreased it yesterday out of desperation, but we don't want to do that. Okay. I gotta go downstairs and shut the window. It's getting cold. Easy mode. No. Okay, I'll be right back. really not as much of a performance increase as I was expecting. Considering what the profiler was telling me about how slow running all of those instance number checks was. Probably the next... One of the next slowest things now is like doing the instance finds. I think that's pretty slow as well. Fuck. Okay, let's run the profiler again. And I was really hoping we'd have like 250 FPS after doing that or something. I mean, I didn't think it would be that fast, but I thought it would be more noticeable than it is. Also, don't start the profiler on the loading screen. Loading screen, something I learned yesterday. That like crashes GameMaker for some reason. Start profiling. Okay. Well, yep. Instance nearest is no longer... Sorry, instance number is no longer like the most time-consuming thing that I'm doing. Instance find is a close second to a bunch of stuff, actually, like the state conditions script, the pathing stuff, carpenter allocation. Oh, no, it's barely taking any time. The main offender is the state conditions, which makes a lot of sense, of course. Yeah, the transparency script is really quite bad still. Yeah, instance find is really slow, apparently. Distance to object isometric is creeping up the list. Well, I mean, basically, like, I'm seeing what I would expect now. The state conditions stuff is the most time consuming stuff that we're doing, which makes sense. Followed by, like, the pathing stuff. Actually, instance find is worse than the pathing stuff, though. Oh my god. Yeah, but there's no way that I can avoid having to use instance find, is there? That's not possible. Oh, excuse me. Oh geez, how long have I been muted for? I've been sitting here muted the whole time. Thanks for the heads up. No, I'm pretty sure I do use this quite a lot. Oh, I think I just wanted something kind of automatic, or I don't know. I generally use this one, right? Distance to object isometric. But yeah, there's really no way to optimize this. It's one of the few cases where doing this math is actually necessary. There is a lot of places where, you know, instead of repeatedly doing the math, we can just store the numbers and then we only recalculate them or update them when necessary. That would be pretty smart because it's you know, it finally comes down to this, doesn't it? I don't know how much of a performance increase we'll gain from that. I think I'm gonna have to grab something to drink here. We look at the transparency script. Oh, that's an interesting idea, I suppose. I don't have a break in here in this width. Right, I think if I put a break... Wait, no, how am I gonna know when to break? No, this is for compiling the list. Interesting. The thing is, we only really need to know if there's one human behind this object. Also... so this is the thing that checks whether the object that we're going to be turning transparent is on screen, right? Is it within the camera's view? Isn't that kind of just pointless, though? No, it probably does help. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we have to figure out if all of the objects are on camera or not. That might actually be slower than just not worrying about that and just turning them transparent anyway, rather than just having to figure out whether everything, you know, because that's a lot of objects that we're trying to determine whether they're on camera or not. Almost seems like that's pointless. Is it faster to just do this for everything rather than having to figure out what's on camera? I don't know. I don't know without just trying it, I think. I don't even understand how this works right now. The list can't be empty in order to populate the list? Well, how are we going to populate it if it can't be empty? DS list not empty. So you're telling me it has to be, the list has to be populated in order for us to populate it? How does that make any sense? How are we getting the first entry on the list in the first place? It works. I mean, it's been working. I have no idea how it works. It's been literally like 3 years since I wrote this. Oh, my bad. I'm just not paying attention. So if the list is not empty, or if the nearest human exists. I gotta grab something to drink. I'll be right back. You know what probably would make sense is running this code only on the nearest human instead of running it on all the humans. Which kind of makes having a list completely pointless. We would just move this stuff into here, I guess, instead of using a list. I don't think that's going to make much difference, but it might make a little bit of a difference. Yeah, it's definitely concerning. It's concerning that I'm not able to really find any optimizations anymore. How's that? Is it gonna stay like that? That's actually quite good. Or is it gonna drop? We seem to be more consistently holding above 100 FPS now. That is good. That's made quite a difference, actually. Yeah, that's that might be the best thing I've done all day. Why is that? Is it not running how you'd expect, even with all the... Yeah, I thought that we would have gained a much bigger performance increase by not using the instance number function so much, but it didn't make as big of a difference as I thought. This made a bigger difference, I would say. It was definitely worth doing still, but it wasn't the performance increase that I thought it was going to be. This is quite nice though. And then maybe we could try not doing this stuff as well. It might actually be more efficient just to not do this stuff at all. So disabling this whole if statement. Let me do the closing bracket first. This one. So now it's simply, well, actually probably the instance exists check would still be smart, right? Oh my god. Maybe this is actually faster. So we just find the nearest human, and then if the nearest human exists, we run this code on the nearest human to see if it's passing behind this object. If it is, we reduce the alpha to 50%, else we put it back to 1. So we're not checking to see if this object is on screen or not. Maybe that's actually faster. Thanks, dude. Seems to be about the same. Maybe slightly better. I'm seeing more like 130, 140 FPS now. Maybe it is slightly better. Yeah, seeing like 140 quite consistently. Huh, that's crazy. So, yeah, it's actually more effort than it's worth to try and determine which objects are on screen. Interesting. Also, I wonder if I ever... I presumably it does adjust to the level of zoom. Otherwise, I don't know, stuff towards the edge of the screen would not have been turning transparent. Is anything turning transparent? No. Wait, the humans are turning transparent. That's funny. We're turning the wrong object transparent because I'm not using other dot image alpha. Oh yeah, and this is redundant. It's faster to just override a variable than checking whether or not you should update that variable. Just always update it. Yeah, so we didn't gain as much of a performance increase as I had hoped, but we have at least brought it back from the brink of being like almost unplayable to actually like just about acceptable levels of performance now. Okay, so it's certainly delayed, but it does the job. If someone actually like stops behind an object, then you can see through it, even if it's kind of delayed. Yeah, we're getting like a pretty solid 130, 140 FPS now, so that is quite good actually. Oof, I still feel some lag spikes though. Like it must be dipping sometimes. Yeah, I can just feel it chugs occasionally. Oh, I may need to revisit the ticks and have like stuff distributed across more ticks. I wonder if that's preferable. Like, doing less stuff per tick, but having more ticks. You know what I mean? Because you're like smoothing everything out more. Maybe. This is on a local tick. Okay. Yeah, I was worried maybe that was on a global tick and it was causing the lag spikes, but I don't think so. This one, the bushes are still on a global tick. That's not great. But there's way less bushes than there are trees, so we don't need to worry about it too much. I wonder how much of a difference just disabling the transparency script on everything would make, you know? Gotta wonder. I mean, it is necessary. You do sort of need to be able to see behind things. It's not like we can just get rid of it. But it would give me an idea of how much of a difference it makes. Because the easiest way to do that is comment everything out in here. Like, okay, not bad. Gained like 30 FPS. I still feel the lag spikes though. I don't know what's causing those. Oof, that is not good. look at the profiler again and see if I can find something else. Because I don't really know what I can do anymore. I still wonder why the deer are doing so much pathing. Like a lot more than the humans. I guess just because there are like twice as many deer as there are humans. Jesus Christ. Just drawing all the trees is a big thing. Yeah, the humans and the deer are the worst by far. Makes sense. Whoa, what? Doesn't really make sense. Only getting like 100 FPS now. Jeez, okay. Well, I'm sure there's more optimizations that I'm just not thinking of. But right now I feel like all I can do is reduce the number of objects, reduce the number of instances. Reducing the number of deer and humans will obviously help a lot. Reducing the number of trees. Maybe I could reduce the trees a bit and like spread them out a bit more evenly or something. I just feel like if I reduce the number of trees, it's not really going to look like a forest anymore. I could prevent any trees from spawning on the grass, so they all spawn in these dark foresty patches, so they're more clustered up. Jeez, these lag spikes, man, what is going on? It's horrendous. I can feel the frame rate fluctuating. Let's see. Okay, I don't know what else to do at this point. I'm just going to have to reduce the amount of animals, reduce the amount of humans. I've tried reducing the amount of trees. We're just kind of limited by the frame rate, really. We're limited by the performance. You can't handle that much stuff. Not currently. Pretty much staying above 140 FPS right now. You know, it still fluctuates a lot. The real test is running the game at 8 times speed, of course. It's still dropping down to like 60 at times. Yep. Oh, man, probably like I should try changing how the tick rate works. Oh my god, yeah, dude, that's insane. It is just grinding to a halt. Frame rate is terrible. Wow, it's down to like 40 FPS. That is insane. I feel like it was never this bad previously. Like, even when all the humans are dead, it's bad. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, and now it crashed. What the hell? It's targeting something that doesn't have a mask? What the hell would that be? A waypoint? Potentially? Why would it be in ranged mode? If it was targeting a waypoint. Right. I'll just remove it for now. Not a big deal. Yeah. No, I reduced the number of objects. I reduced the number of instances. And it's still fucked. So we're in serious trouble. Frame rate's dropping to like 40. Really bad. It's much worse in combat because we switch off smart incrementation essentially, and we update the positions. We update the trackers like every step, just to kind of make the combat more responsive, but also kill our frame rate. Yeah, but it was never this bad previously. I added like all the fire stuff, but nothing's on fire right now, so like we wouldn't even be running any of that stuff. It's really unplayable right now, though. This is not good. I can't ship the game in this state. So this is like blocking development. We can't do anything until we fix this. Nothing matters. Nothing else matters right now besides fixing the performance issues. That's it. Man, it is really bad. And it like doesn't really get any better by reducing the amount of objects, the amount of instances. That's kind of crazy. Ideally, this is kind of how I want it to be. Might as well put it back, seeing as it doesn't really make any difference. Oh shit, no way. Kind of crazy. I mean, it's definitely not this stuff, is it? Otherwise it would appear in the profiler. I mean, I could definitely avoid doing this point distance isometric over and over again for no reason. It's the same for all of them, isn't it? A lot of this stuff is the same as well, but this is going to be the worst one. Point distance isometric was pretty high on the list, so the less of those I can do, the better. I mean, I'm only doing this. I'm doing it once every tick right now. I'm doing it many times every tick. But I could only be doing it once. And I probably should only do it once. It's a little bit tricky when we've got some stuff like this. I still need to be running this. Oh my god. These are the worst though. Instance find. I can't do anything about it. That's why I kind of feel like adjusting the tick rate is my best option. How does my tick rate even work right now? Good question. So, I have some scripts, right? Set tick and something else. Tick update. Yeah, so typically we have, I mean, we can have so many more ticks than this. It's kind of crazy. 30, sorry, 60, 30, 15, and 8. So we can have up to that many ticks in each time scale. So even in 8 times speed, we could have twice as many ticks as we have in 1 time speed currently. Twice as many. Yes. So it would probably make a lot more sense to have 60 ticks. Wait, but how do we yeah, that's the thing, how do we consolidate them down? I don't really know. That's the problem, isn't it? I mean, if we can have 8 maximum, takes 0. What, so it's actually 9? If tick starts on 0, then really this is 61, 31, 16, and 9. And it appears that it does start on 0. Okay. Maybe I should just start it on 1 then. Might be the easiest way to do it. Although that's not very computery of me. It would actually make more sense to reduce these. $59, $29, $14, and $7. Right, so I mean, I can at least double the number of ticks. Which will probably help a little bit. I'm going to change this as well, right? 14, 29, 44, I guess. Oh, actually, I don't think I need to do that because I'm starting on 0. I don't know. Confusing me. I feel like for my own sanity, it's easier to start. It's easier to start on 1. Reset the tick timer to 1 when it maxes out. Start it from 1 at the very beginning. Oh, but then we can't have a tick 0. Okay, and then I'm gonna need additional tick rolls. Oh my fucking god, dude. What a nightmare. Set tick also needs to start on 1 then. Or does it? I don't know, I feel like it does. And then reset to 1 as well. And then if set tick is less than 8, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does it need to be less than or equal to 8? I think so. If I just did this inside of the script, then I wouldn't have to update it everywhere, would I? Okay, if I'm not mistaken, everything should be correct. Let's see what this does. Man. What is causing these lag spikes? Set tick 9. What? That's definitely not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I just want 1 through 8. Okay. That's not good. Some things were on a tick that didn't exist, I guess. Kind of. I mean, it would still work. It would have put them on the same tick as this. Oh, you can't see what I'm talking about. It would have defaulted to this because it's just else, right? So 9 would have been tracked the same as 8. That should just be less than 8 then. Okay. I'll just run it one more time to confirm. This is insane, dude. If I can't get this shit optimized, I'm just gonna have to throw the computer out the window and go outside and never come back. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna have to start living life. This is just gonna make it smoother. It's not gonna increase my max FPS, but I'm still getting these fucking lag spikes. God damn, dude. I'm getting as low as like 30 FPS. It's in the 30s. Shit. I should have stopped adding stuff to this game some time ago. I don't know how to optimize it. I don't know what to do. Oh, I mean, it's probably slightly better to have things distributed across more ticks, you know, that can't be a bad thing. But it's still fucked. I don't even know at this stage. That's the problem, is I don't know what to optimize anymore. I don't know what I can optimize. There's some stuff, like, a lot of the stuff that I'm aware of is like I do a bunch of math every time instead of doing it once and storing it and only redoing the math when necessary. That's definitely a thing. I don't know how big of a difference that would even make. Really. It's hard to know because the profiler isn't going to tell me that, really. The profiler tells me the worst thing I'm doing right now is instance find, which is unavoidable. It's necessary to the functioning of the smart incrementation. That is TM, trademark, smart incrementation. Where are my notes? There's really not much else. I've got, so this is, I did the thing today. It says, yeah, it says stop using instance number, basically, which I've stopped using now because it was one of the worst things. But it didn't make, like, you know, the profiler said that instance number was taking up so much time that I thought I would like double my frame rate or something by not using that anymore, but it just made minimal difference. It did improve performance, but only minimally. There's really not much else on this list. Like, I don't even have that thing on there, like, only do maths when necessary, instead of doing it all the time repeatedly. It's like, what's an example of that? I don't know. I'm always like finding the center of an object based on the size of its sprite or its mask or something like that, right? And I do that math every single time when actually, and I do it also by like looking up the sprite as well. I'm like, how big is this sprite? Find the sprite, take its height, divide it by 2. So I find the sprite more than one time. I take the x position, I find the x offset, I subtract the x offset from the x position, and then I find the sprite width and add 50% of the sprite width to that, and do the same with the height. Whereas I can just figure out what the number is, how many pixels, and I can just add that to the x position instead of having to look up the sprite so many times. But that's not exactly something that's like showing up in the profiler as like being slow, even though I do tons of that. And then there's other stuff which is like, I don't actually know really. I'm assuming there's probably times when, you know, I check the coordinates of the store, right? And we're actually looking, I mean, that can't be that bad. That's the thing. It just, I can't imagine it making much difference to like store the coordinates of the store versus looking them up every single time. That's really not gonna make much difference, is it? Profiler doesn't know that the value will be the same every iteration, and so it considers it essential / intentional. Yeah, but it's like, what I'm saying is that looking up the sprites is not showing up near the top of the list as something that's taking a lot of time to do. Like I haven't even seen that because I've been looking at like the top 5 things. What are the slowest things? And those haven't shown up anywhere near that. Yeah. I've done so many optimization passes at this point. I've done all the major stuff, really. We're fighting, you know, so hard for these tiny performance increases, and it's not enough. It's still not performing well. Which is not acceptable. I can't ship a game that lags. Really? I mean, it is. I mean, it's fine. It's in a sense like, you know, colony sims. They're pretty like what's the word? They're pretty open-ended. You can do stuff in colony sims that will cause them to grind to a halt, right? Just like expanding a colony to have so many humans in it or dwarves in it or whatever that it just tanks your frame rate. Or I don't know. But what the point that I'm trying to make is that it shouldn't lag, you know, when you're not doing that, when you're kind of playing as intended. It shouldn't lag as soon as you fire it up, you know, and you're just playing it normally. Sure, if you want to do something like spawn a bajillion trees or set the entire map on fire, then that's your own fault, you know. I'm not using delta time at all. If you're talking about using delta time for like timers, I'm not using it at all. My timers are all done by adding like 1 to a variable every step or something like that. Actually, it's usually I add 1 divided by 60 to a variable so that I know that it's going to go up by 1 roughly every second. When I started out, I didn't know about delta time. The frames have different lengths. I don't know exactly. I mean, Grog was telling me about this thing here. I have my game frames per second is set to 60. So the game is never actually running above 60 FPS, even when my frame rate says like 120 or something. But then whenever that drops below 60, that's when you feel it. Because then it is actually going below 60. What is this? Delta time. This variable returns the frame delta time, which is the time difference between the previous frame and the current frame. Right. The purpose of delta time is to eliminate the effects of the lag or slowness of computers that try to handle complex graphics or a lot of code. It is a value that can be added onto the speed of objects so that they will eventually move at the same speed regardless of the lag. This is achieved in GameMaker by using the delta time variable every step as it measures the time that has passed between one step and the next in microseconds. Therefore, the variable delta time can be used to calculate how much faster, for example, a game character has to move to make up for a lag spike in-game. I'm not doing this at all. Is this something I'm supposed to be doing? So like when I'm scrolling the camera around and I notice these lag spikes, it's because I'm not like compensating for the lag, but it would feel smooth if I did. Is that what's happening? Here's the example code. The above code will set the speed of the instance using delta time to correct for lag. The variable _dt would be used to hold the previously calculated delta time value so that the ratio can be used to multiply the base speed value held in the variable speed and so get a consistent speed for the instance. Why is it delta time divided by like 1,000,000? Okay, so there's some magic that we're supposed to be doing that we're not doing. I mean, I get it. I do get it, and you reminded me of when, God, you reminded me of when someone was explaining it to me when I was learning some C# and doing stuff in Unity and using delta time. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to implement it, though. I don't understand the example. I don't understand why it's delta time divided by 1,000,000, or whatever this number is. But something like the speed at which a character moves is rounded to whole pixels anyway. They can only ever move in whole pixels. I'm assuming we just like round it to the nearest whole pixel or something. It might be I mean, everything can only move in whole pixels. Okay, so maybe maybe it's not so bad. Like all games would have these same sort of slowdowns. It's just that they do something to compensate for it that I'm not doing. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like taking the raw CPU speed, which is all over the place, and I'm not like smoothing that out or something. Google image search. Frame delta time compensation. I don't know. I'm not finding anything that makes sense.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Lucas here again, coming at you today with something a little bit different for this channel. Today we're going to be doing just a quick GameMaker video tutorial. Now, if you know me, you'll know I typically recommend against relying too much on video tutorials, as you'll often end up learning to just copy and paste someone else's logic rather than learn the actual programming logic they are trying to teach. But today's topic is a bit of an exception. This is a subject that I see come up time and time again, with many saying it's too complicated and too unreliable to get right. Well, actually it's neither. This is something I believe anyone can learn and implement, so I thought I'd give a go at breaking it down and giving some examples of how to use it effectively. And of course, as you probably figured out by the title of this video, this thing I'm referring to is delta time. It might sound mysterious, but I promise it's not. When we're talking about the delta of something, all we're really talking about is the difference between two things. In this case, a difference of time. When you're designing just about any type of game, time is very important, and yet it's also something you might not have thought too much about. It's very tempting to just set your project to run at 30 FPS or 60 FPS and call it a day, and to be fair, many professionals used to do this and some still do today. But professionals doing it doesn't justify bad practice. As we all know, frame rates can drop on slower hardware, and 10 years down the road, when you've got a remaster on your hands that's locked to an obsolete frame rate, everyone is just frustrated because we have hardware that could easily run the game much faster. So save yourself the headache and do it right from the start. You'll thank yourself later. So as an example, I've got an object here that does three basic time-related things. It moves across the screen, it draws an animated sprite, and it counts down a timer. So if I run the project here, you'll see what it looks like at 60 FPS, which is the default speed new GameMaker projects run at. Timer counts down and repeats, sprite animates, object moves across the screen. Simple, right? But now let's see what happens if I close out of that and quickly change my game speed to 30 FPS instead. So clearly there's a problem here. Everything is running at half speed, which makes sense since we're running at half the frame rate. And the effects get even more dramatic if I bump it all the way down to 15 FPS. That is running very slowly now. And back to 60. So clearly our game is not adapting well to changes in frame rate. Now we could solve this in a very primitive way by simply multiplying everything by 2. Sprite animation speed by 2, movement speed by 2, timer countdown speed by 2, and that would effectively convert our object from 60 FPS down to 30, but of course that wouldn't solve the fundamental problem here, which is that time is actually quite relative in any given program, and we need it to adapt to any scenario, not just going from one known frame rate to another. So this is where delta time comes in. By measuring the difference, or delta, between how long each frame is on screen, we can create a multiplier that tells us exactly how much our speed needs to be adjusted so that it remains consistent. Now, GameMaker has a built-in variable for this, which is simply called delta underscore time. But it'd really be more accurate if this value was called frame time instead, because that's what this value actually represents. The delta time variable in GameMaker is simply how long the last frame took to render, not the difference between the current frame and previous frame. So even though we have a variable named delta time, keep in mind that that's not technically correct. This is actually our frame time, and we'll have to calculate the delta time ourselves. But it's really not as bad as it sounds. So one important thing to note about the delta time variable in GameMaker is that it is a value in microseconds, or 1 millionth of a second. So it's very precise, but also very big. I believe a single frame at 60 FPS would be something like 16,666 microseconds, 0.6, 0.6, 0.6, and so on. So if you're looking at the value of delta time and feeling a little confused because it's so massive, don't worry about it. It's just because it's in microseconds. Okay, so moving on, we're going to start by calculating delta time and creating our own variable, which we can use as a multiplier to offset the animation speed in our object. Well, we could apply the same technique to our timer. There's a simpler and better way to go about it, so we'll be handling that one a little bit differently. So we're going to start by initializing a few variables in our create event, which we'll then need to update every frame. First, I'm going to create a variable called target delta, and we want this to be the value our delta should be if everything is running at full speed. Now I'm going to work in milliseconds rather than microseconds here because it's just a little bit more manageable and in some cases actually more useful. So to determine how long one frame should last in milliseconds, all we have to do is divide 1 by the target frame rate. So we have target delta equals 1 divided by 60. Or if you're targeting 30 FPS, you can put 1 divided by 30, or whatever you need for your project. It really doesn't matter, except whatever value you set here is going to be your base frame rate, so to speak. So all of your sprite animations, movements, and whatnot will need to assume whatever frame rate you define here. If all of your sprites are designed to run at 20 FPS, for example, you'd put 1 divided by 20 here and keep your game project running at 60 FPS. That way sprites will animate at the correct speed, but you'll still get the advantage of smooth movements and things like that. Okay, so we have our target delta. Next we're going to create a new variable called actual delta. And this is going to be our actual frame time converted from microseconds to milliseconds. So we simply have to write delta time divided by 1 million. And remember that even though this value is called delta time, it's actually our frame time. So I've stuck with the delta naming scheme to keep things consistent, but just a reminder to watch out for that. Finally, we're going to create one more variable, and this one's going to be called delta multiplier. And we're going to set this to actual delta divided by target delta. So the reason we want to do this is to compare our actual frame time with our target frame time and calculate the difference, which is the delta. So if we have a 60 FPS project that's lagging behind at 30 FPS, this delta multiplier variable will equal 2 because our animations and such need to run twice as fast to keep up. So now we just need to take these last two variables, the actual delta and delta multiplier, and simply paste them into the beginning of our step event so that they will update every frame. Since our target delta isn't going to change, we don't need to copy it into the step event. Now in practice you might want to actually make these values global and put them in a persistent object so you don't have to do this for every single object in your game. You can just do it once for your entire project. But for the sake of keeping things simple, I'm going to stick with local variables here, but do keep that in mind. Okay, so now we have our target frame time, our actual frame time, and the delta time between them. So to apply this to our project, we simply have to multiply the relevant values by our delta multiplier variable. So you can see here in my step event that I have a custom myIndex variable, and it's being incremented by 1 every frame. This animates the circular sprite you saw earlier, and as you could see, it didn't work so well when we changed frame rates because suddenly it was only updating half as many times per second, or a quarter of as many times per second. But with delta time, we can fix this by simply changing myIndex plus 1 to myIndex plus delta multiplier. And that's it. That's all there is to it to perfectly synchronize our sprite animations to any frame rate we want. Now, if you want a little more control over this, you can of course add your own multiplier as well. Like say
Wait,
delta
why isn't he multiplying by the
times
multiplier?
X variable. Do keep that in mind. Okay, so now we have our target frame time, our actual frame time, and the delta time between them. So to apply this to our project, we simply have to multiply the relevant values by our delta multiplier variable. So you can see here in my step event that I have a custom myIndex variable, and it's being incremented by 1 every frame. This animates the circular sprite you saw earlier, and as you could see, it didn't work so well when we changed frame rates because suddenly it was only updating half as many times per second, or a quarter of as many times per second. But with delta time, we can fix this by simply changing myIndex plus 1 to myIndex plus delta multiplier. And that's it. That's all there is to it to perfectly synchronize our sprite animations to any frame rate we want. Now, if you want a little more control over this, you can of course add your own multiplier as well, like say delta multiplier times 0.5, so that the sprite always runs at half speed, or delta multiplier times 2, so that it always runs at double speed, if that's what you want. So you still have complete control over everything. It will simply be adjusted to match whatever frame rate you are running at.
Maybe it'll make more sense when he talks about the movement stuff.
Movement as well. Down here at the bottom, you'll see I have some code to move my object around, and just like the sprite animation, this needs to be adapted to delta time. So to do this, I simply need to take this x value here and change it from x plus 8 to x plus 8 times delta multiplier. And that's it. Our object movement is now perfectly adapted to any frame rate we want. Last but not least, we do have our timer. And like I said, this one's going to be a little bit different. While we could use our delta multiplier to simply offset our countdown speed, I'm going to change our increment here to actual delta instead. This way our timer is keeping track of actual time in milliseconds. And again, this will remain accurate whatever frame rate we are running at. In fact, this is just one example of why I always say you should never use GameMaker's built-in alarm system.
That makes sense. It makes a lot more sense than dividing 1 by 60 every time I want to make a timer.
And this is a really powerful example of that. How you can create a timer that tracks actual time rather than frames, and you have complete control over that. That's just something that the built-in alarms do not offer. So, with these changes made, let's quickly change our project back to 30 FPS.
Wait, why is it actual delta? I thought it was target delta. I forget what his variables are called.
And you can see that now everything runs at proper speed again. Our project is still set to 30 FPS, but it runs just like if it was 60 FPS. And if I close that and quickly change it back to 60 FPS, you'll see that nothing has changed. Our animations and timer all run at exactly the same rate. They're just a bit smoother now that we have more frames in between. And the same would be true if I set the project to 23 FPS, 47 FPS, 105 FPS. It literally doesn't matter what frame rate the game is running at anymore. Our delta time will compensate to keep things running consistently in every case.
That's pretty crazy.
So, I hope...
It just seems so insane. It's like, look, everything's fucked. Okay, we're just going to have to deal with it. That's funny. That's funny that that's how everything works. Wait, what? Oh, let's look at the variables that he wrote at the
time
start.
Is very important. This is logic. Moves across. Could solve this in a very delta time. And remember that even though this value...
Yeah, because it was called target delta 1 divided by 60. I thought that's what he should have been using, no? Actual delta... Wait. He uses actual delta for the timer. I'm lost. What's going on? Actual delta is delta time divided by a million or whatever to get some sort of actual usable value because it's in nanoseconds or something.
multiplier to simply offset our countdown speed, I'm going to change our increment here to actual delta instead.
I mean, the
This
target,
way, our
that
timer
makes
is
sense
keeping
to me
track
because
of
the target delta would never fluctuate. That's just the target. The actual delta is the one that's changing. That makes sense.
actual time in milliseconds. And again, this will remain accurate whatever frame rate we are running at. In fact, this is just one example of why I always say you should never use GameMaker's built-in alarm system, because there's just nothing alarms can do that variables can't do better. And this is a really powerful
Well,
example
shit.
of that. How you can create a timer that tracks actual time rather than frames, and you have complete control over that. That's just something that the built-in alarms do not offer. So, with these changes made, let's quickly change our project back to 30 FPS and run our project running consistently.
I'm using quite a lot of alarms. I'm using more variables than alarms, but I would still have to convert quite a lot of alarms. Yeah, I feel like you made it more confusing. Yeah, we can easily find. I feel like the camera scrolling is the best one. But I probably want to be doing this in some object that just some persistent object that always exists. I think the menu object is actually the best choice, weirdly. Oh my god. Global dot target delta equals 1 divided by 60. And then everywhere that I'm doing 1 divided by 60, I could just replace it with that. No. No. Because we want to do something different. And then global actual delta, was it? Actual? I need to see the video again. Target delta, actual delta, which is delta time divided by 1 with 6 zeros, and then there's the multiplier, right? Target delta. Wait, why does that not need to be global? Wait, is the multiplier the only one that needs to be global? Is that the only one that's going to be referenced in different objects? No, because actual delta is also used for timers. But the target delta doesn't need to be global. Target is what I'm comparing. Target could even be a macro. Oh shit. delta time divided by whatever number that is, a bajillion. Right, there has to be an update loop. Actual delta and delta multiplier both need to be updated in the step event. And then he uses delta multiplier for speed and actual delta for timers. So it would be handy for both of those to be global. I feel like that's not what you're saying though. And then this one is actual delta divided by target delta. It's kind of crazy because I constantly need to be updating their path speed and stuff, right? So they're moving at the correct speed. Whereas I would only ever update that before if I changed the time scale. But now it's just, we have to do it all the time for everything that's moving on a path. Or moving in general. Although 99.9% of the time they're moving on paths. And this stuff needs to be updated every step. And then if I go, now camera doesn't use paths obviously, so it's very similar to the example in that I'm just incrementing the X position and the Y position, right? By some sort of camera move speed is what I call it, apparently. Can I build it into the camera move speed variable? Is that a bad idea? So then I would multiply this by my multiplier. Yes. Easy for these ones. I'm not sure if I need extra brackets for these ones because I'm dividing it by 4 and then multiplying it by 3. God knows why. I probably need, oh yeah, I need to actually modify the whole thing, not just this, like the end result, right? Can I? I have no idea how I would do that. I don't even know why it works this way right now. I'm trying to make sure, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what this does. What does this do? It's when it's in a corner, right? So probably the camera was moving too fast because it was applying, like, I don't know. You know, I feel like what it's doing is making sure the camera moves at the correct speed when moving diagonally, right? But why it needs to be multiplied by 3, I have no idea. Okay, so we're doing the thing. So the camera should always move smoothly regardless of how quickly we're rendering frames now. Huh, right. That's crazy. I'm just gonna try moving the camera around and see if I... No, I still feel the lag spikes though. What does that mean? Are we cooked? Oh god. Okay. Okay. Let's run the game at half speed. Wait a minute. Oh, I know what it is. Oh, don't worry. No, I fucked up. I applied it to the edge scrolling, but then I was moving the camera with the arrow keys. Just habitually. Oh, I'm an idiot. Bear with me. Yeah, so I gotta go through all these freaking key down events. Key down left. Gonna subtract there. Camera move speed. Camera move speed. There we go. What about when I'm dragging the camera? Are we going to be able to make that smooth? How does it work? This is done by setting the position. I don't even know how I would, what I'm supposed to do here. I kind of forget how any of this even works. Let's just I don't know what the mouse delta is. What a time to learn this, like 3 years into a project. Oh my god. Wow, that feels really smooth. Holy shit. Oh, no, the lags are back. It was feeling good for a second. Still get the lags. Let's do the thing where we lower the frame rate. I should make a save so we don't have to wait for the loading screen every time. So the camera should just move at the same speed that it did at 60 FPS. Well, yes, it's just very choppy. But everyone else is moving at like half speed. Yeah, everything else is slow. The camera is not slow. No, there's no difference to the camera. It just looks crazy because it's at 30 FPS. Yeah. But I don't even know what's causing those. It's not something that's happening like every tick, or it has nothing to do with tick rate, because it happens like every 10 seconds or something instead of... Everything is spawned on the loading screen though, nothing is spawning in. Certainly the deer do seem problematic. They are like second most time consuming things after the humans. I mean, I'm showing all of my code on stream every day, so kind of already doing that. I don't think you need to do that. I think I understand well enough how to implement this. But it's like, if it's not gonna fix these lag spikes, that's still more important right now. Is it? Hmm. Hmm. It does feel a lot smoother, like overall. But then you just get those huge lag spikes occasionally, which is really weird. Ugh. Hmm. Right. Right. I don't think it will be that consistent. Everything's quite random. I'm not even getting such a crazy lag spike this time. I'm getting like smaller ones, less noticeable. That was a pretty bad one. I tried a bit of edge scrolling, but I'm using keys right now, which I've also updated to use this. That lag spike was at like 8 a.m. in game time. Yeah, no, that happened at exactly the same time. Will it happen a third time? I mean, I did feel a lag spike just before 8 a.m., but it wasn't as bad. Yeah, it's always pretty much exactly the same time that we get that lag spike. Yeah. Yeah. No idea what that would be, though. Oh boy. Well, yeah, this will be nice to get everything smooth. Get everything running smoothly. And then we can hopefully figure out what's causing these lag spikes. So there's just like a bajillion different things that I need to multiply by the delta multiplier now. And make sure I'm updating it every step. And then if I want all of my timers to run consistently as well, I'd have to do that. It is actually kind of useful for me to make the target global just so I can use that, because it's 1 divided by 60 and I do that in like a billion different places. So I could... Wouldn't it actually be faster to store the result of 1 divided by 60 in the variable instead of doing 1 divided by 60 in the variable? Because then you're still dividing 1 by 60 every single time that you call that variable, right? It's just, it's not a number stored in a variable, it's math stored in a variable. If I just find out what that number is, I can just, oh, what? Oh, it's freaking out because I didn't update the others. My bad. what is that number? .02? I'm assuming that's what that is. Target delta is .02. So if I just set target delta to .02, then we're not needlessly doing the math. And then there's like a million different places where I'm incrementing a timer by 1 divided by 60. So I can just increment it by target delta. I can't remember the video now. Do I multiply it or divide it by actual delta? Oh no, wait, what? He just... Oh, because it was 1. So, oh, so there's no need to do that. And if any time that I'm incrementing a timer by 1, I actually just increment it by actual delta. I don't actually, no pun intended, I don't actually understand that. I mean, I can just do it because apparently it works, but I would like to understand why that works. But it would only work if you were aiming for 1. Is that right? One every 60 steps. Uh-huh. So it's like by incrementing the timer by actual delta, then the timer will increase by 1 every are we talking frames or steps? I don't know. The timer will increase by 1 every 60 steps or frames, I'm not sure, regardless of any sort of fluctuations in how long it takes to render the frames. That kind of makes sense to me, I guess. It's like what I was doing previously was adding 1 divided by 60 to the timer every step, but the amount of time that a step takes can vary, and thus that timer would produce different results. But by simply adding the actual delta, which is the time that it took to produce that step? What? I still don't understand it. But it would only work. That method would only work for anything that is running like in real time, let's say. If I wanted to increment something by 3 every second, then I would have to do it differently somehow. I'm not quite sure how. Okay. Well, maybe I can wrap my head around this stuff tomorrow or in the coming week. It's getting pretty late now, and I'm getting pretty hungry. I at least understand how to do it for movement. Like for my humans in the step event, they have this thing which updates their path speed, which I was only ever doing if the timescale would change. I just remove this condition. What the fuck is this? Oh, right. No, I still need to do tick update if the timescale changes. So I would just move this outside of the check. Speed. And then path speed would equal movement multiplied by time multiplied by global delta multiplier. That's what I would need to do for like everything that moves along a path, which is just the creatures. I can do that like right now. It'll take 5 minutes. Less than that even. What about arrows? Arrows fly through the air at a certain speed. I can do that. Wait, what? Path speed? What the fuck is this? Oh, what? Why are they done separately? That's extra confusing. I do that for the humans as well. Movement. Why wouldn't I just update path speed based on ceiling movement times HP divided by 100 multiplied by time multiplied by global delta multiplier? Like this is one of those times where I'm doing a redundant check to see whether I need to update this or not instead of just updating it. I was talking about that earlier. Broke my own rule. So really, yeah, I should grab this. Put it there. Get rid of this. And so as long as we're on a path, we just continuously keep updating path speed based on our current health, the time scale, and then multiply the result by delta multiplier. Okay, well that's everything that does pathing. So, I mean, I doubt we're going to be able to notice any difference, but they should be compensating for delta time now. Nope. They seem to be. I was a bit concerned that they weren't moving. Why are they all facing right as well? I don't know. Apparently the direction only gets randomized if you start a normal game, not if you start in test mode or a demo. Well, I mean, they seem to be moving around just fine. So I guess it's working, but yeah, it's... Why the fuck are these guys moving so slowly? Is that just what they do? I feel like the animals are moving a lot slower. Oh shit, I know why. Because it's divided by 100 instead of divided by max HP. Why the fuck is it like that? It's supposed to be max HP. The humans have a max HP. I gave them a max HP for this exact reason. Right? Okay, there we go. They're moving at the correct speed again. I think. Are they? I guess rabbits just move slowly. Oh yeah, they seem to be moving now. Wow, that wolf survived. An injured wolf now. It's got like, wow, it's got 5% health left or something. It will heal over time, very slowly. Okay, well, why do I feel like they're moving slower than before? Is it just me? Might just be me. Okay, well, it's definitely better than it was when I started out today. We still have those lag spikes to deal with. And I've still got to implement the rest of this delta time stuff. But it does seem to be performing a little bit better than it was. Why do they seem so slow? Okay, yeah, they all have the correct speed. Interesting. Why do these guys have a speed of 3? Oh, because of the drum, of course. That's probably what it is. I'm just used to seeing them with the drum buff. And then it seems slow without it. I don't know. Maybe it's time we actually, like, buff them and allow them to move faster. I don't know. They've always had a walk speed of 2. Because, let's be honest, a speed of 3 does seem pretty fast. It seems like they're running. 2 definitely seems like a walking speed. Yeah, I probably can't really change it. It is weird that I can sense a difference now that we're multiplying by the delta multiplier. It feels different. I suppose that makes sense, though. Okay, so yeah, we can finish implementing this tomorrow or this week, depending however long it's going to take. Probably quite easy to do this stuff, but adjusting all of the timers to use delta time will be a pain in the ass because there's like a billion of them, and I do actually use quite a few alarms, and I would need to convert those to variables if we wanted to be able to use the delta multiplier for those as well. And then we've just got to try and get to the bottom of these lag spikes. I don't even know where to begin. No idea what's causing those. So, that's the plan. That's the plan. We'll be back tomorrow to continue working on this stuff, I guess. Alright, it doesn't look like we have any enough viewers to raid anybody, so I guess I'm just ending stream here. Thanks for joining me, and I'll catch you in the next one.